Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
How to become stoic with an iron mind. Imagine a life where nothing phases you. In a world swirling with chaos, anger, and jealousy, picture yourself standing as an unshakable pillar of calm and strength. You're at peace while others rage. You remain composed as others crumble. You possess a mind so resilient, it's as if it's forged from iron. This is not a distant fantasy, but a real possibility within your reach. The modern world bombards us with stress and negativity, from the endless barrage of bad news to the constant pressures of daily life. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. People around you might be trapped in cycles of frustration and sadness, their days ruined by minor inconveniences. Yet, there are those rare individuals who navigate these storms with unwavering tranquility. They possess a secret, a timeless wisdom that empowers them to remain serene in the face of adversity. They are Stoics, the masters of an iron mind. In this video, you will embark on a transformative journey to cultivate the same indomitable mental fortitude. Drawing from ancient Stoic philosophy, you will learn practical steps to develop a mindset that remains steady and unyielding, no matter what life throws at you. Each principle we explore will bring you closer to becoming the person who doesn't just survive chaos, but thrives in it. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of Stoicism and forge your own iron mind? Let's dive in and discover how to turn life's challenges into your greatest strengths, starting with the fundamental principle of accepting what you cannot control. Number 1. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is learning to accept what you cannot control. In life, countless events and circumstances are beyond our influence. Dwelling on these uncontrollable aspects only drains our energy and fosters frustration. Instead, a Stoic focuses on what they can change, their actions and responses. Imagine a flight cancellation due to bad weather. You can't alter the weather or the airline's decision. Getting angry won't make the plane take off. Instead, a Stoic accepts the situation and uses their energy constructively. Perhaps you could use the extra time to catch up on reading, work, or even meditate. By accepting what you cannot control, you preserve your energy for productive pursuits. This principle extends to all areas of life, whether it's a traffic jam, an unexpected expense, or someone else's behavior. Recognizing that these are beyond your control allows you to maintain inner peace. You become unshakable as your tranquility no longer hinges on external events. Moreover, acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's about discerning where your efforts are best applied. When you focus on your actions and attitudes, you empower yourself. You become the master of your fate, shaping your life through deliberate choices rather than being tossed around by external forces. In essence, accepting what you cannot control is about shifting your perspective. It's recognizing that while you can't change the world, you can change how you interact with it. This mindset not only brings peace, but also enables you to navigate life more effectively. You become a beacon of calm in a stormy world, inspiring others with your composure and resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, you lay the foundation for an iron mind that remains steadfast regardless of life's challenges. Number 2, practice. The essence of Stoicism is not merely in understanding its principles, but in practicing them daily. No video or book can replace the value of consistent application. The journey to becoming Stoic with an iron mind requires regular, intentional practice. It's about integrating Stoic wisdom into every facet of your life, making it a part of your daily routine. Imagine an athlete training for a marathon. They can't just read about running techniques and expect to succeed. They need to run every day, building their endurance, strength, and mental toughness. Similarly, Stoicism is a discipline that demands continuous effort. Each day presents opportunities to practice Stoic principles, from small annoyances to significant challenges. Start by setting aside time each day for reflection. Consider the events of the day and your responses to them. Did you maintain composure in the face of frustration? Did you focus on what you could control and let go of what you couldn't? Reflecting on these questions helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces your commitment to Stoicism. Additionally, incorporate Stoic exercises into your routine. Practice gratitude by acknowledging the good in your life. Engage in negative visualization to prepare yourself for potential difficulties. Meditate to cultivate mindfulness and presence. These practices build your Stoic muscle, making it easier to remain calm and rational during life's storms. Remember, transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small efforts, repeated day in and day out. By committing to practice, you gradually reshape your mindset and behavior. You become more resilient, more composed, and more in control of your actions. Practice is the bridge between knowledge and mastery, and it's through this consistent effort that you develop the iron mind of a true Stoic. Number 3, build resilience. Resilience is the hallmark of a Stoic mind. It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to stand firm in the face of adversity. Building resilience is crucial for developing an iron mind, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace. Resilience starts with a mindset shift. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, not a reflection of your worth or abilities. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Each difficulty you encounter is a chance to strengthen your resilience and refine your character. One way to build resilience is to face your fears. Avoiding challenges may provide temporary comfort, but it undermines your long-term growth. Confronting fears head-on, however daunting, fortifies your mental and emotional muscles. Over time, you become less intimidated by difficulties, viewing them as manageable and conquerable. Another key to resilience is maintaining perspective. In moments of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But remember, most problems are temporary. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can maintain your composure and navigate through tough times. Reflect on past challenges you've overcome, and remind yourself of your capacity to endure and triumph. Self-care also plays a vital role in building resilience. Ensure you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Exercise regularly, eat healthily, get adequate sleep, and seek support when needed. A strong, healthy body and mind are better equipped to handle stress and recover from setbacks. Ultimately, resilience is about persistence. It's about getting up each time you fall, learning from your experiences, and continuing to move forward. By building resilience, you become like an oak tree in a storm, bending but never breaking. This steadfastness is a core element of the Stoic iron mind. enabling you to face life's inevitable challenges with unwavering strength and determination. Number 4, seek wisdom. Wisdom is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's the guiding light that informs your decisions and actions, helping you navigate life with clarity and purpose. To develop an iron mind, you must continually seek wisdom, cultivating a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. Wisdom begins with self-awareness. Reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Understand your strengths and weaknesses, your values and goals. Self-awareness allows you to act with intention and integrity, aligning your actions with your true self. Reading and learning are essential components of seeking wisdom. Delve into the works of ancient and modern philosophers, thinkers, and leaders. Study their insights and apply their lessons to your life. The writings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless wisdom on living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By engaging with these texts, you expand your perspective and deepen your understanding of Stoic principles. Cultivate curiosity and remain open to new ideas and experiences. Wisdom is not static. It evolves with learning and growth. Engage in meaningful conversations, ask questions, and listen actively. Seek diverse viewpoints and challenge your assumptions. This openness enriches your understanding and fosters intellectual humility. Experience is another invaluable teacher. Embrace life's lessons, both positive and negative. Reflect on your experiences and extract wisdom from them. What did you learn from a particular success or failure? How can you apply these lessons moving forward? By learning from your experiences, you transform them into valuable insights that guide your future actions. In seeking wisdom, remember that it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but about applying it. Wisdom is practical and actionable. It's about making wise choices that lead to a good and meaningful life. By continually seeking wisdom, you equip yourself with the tools to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence, embodying the Stoic iron mind. Number 5, use bad feelings for good. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak are often seen as negative, but a Stoic recognizes their potential for good. These feelings can be powerful motivators, driving you to achieve your goals and improve your life. By harnessing these emotions constructively, you transform them from obstacles into allies. Consider anger, for example. While uncontrolled anger can lead to destructive behavior, channeled anger can fuel determination and resilience. When you face injustice or frustration, let that anger propel you into action. Use it to push yourself harder in your endeavors, to advocate for change, and to stand up for yourself and others. Sadness, too, has its place. It can deepen your empathy and understanding of the human condition. When you experience loss or disappointment, allow yourself to feel the sadness, but also use it as a reminder of what truly matters to you. This reflection can lead to greater appreciation for the good in your life and motivate you to pursue meaningful goals. Heartbreak, perhaps the most challenging of emotions, can also be transformative. It teaches you about vulnerability, love, and the impermanence of life. Use heartbreak as a catalyst for personal growth. Let it inspire you to strengthen your relationships, pursue your passions, and live more fully. The key is to control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. This requires discipline and self-awareness. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and reflect. Ask yourself how you can use this feeling to your advantage. Redirect your emotional energy towards positive actions and goals. By using bad feelings for good, you not only manage your emotions, but also leverage them to enhance your life. This approach is a testament to the Stoic principle of transforming challenges into opportunities. It enables you to maintain your composure and purpose even in the face of adversity, embodying the strength and resilience of an iron mind. Number 6, take responsibility. A fundamental tenet of Stoicism is taking responsibility for your life and actions. While you may not be responsible for everything that happens to you, you are responsible for how you respond and for finding solutions. This mindset empowers you to take control of your destiny, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. Taking responsibility means owning your actions and their consequences. It requires honesty and self-reflection. When faced with a problem, avoid the temptation to blame others or external circumstances. Instead, ask yourself what you can do to address the situation. This proactive approach fosters resilience and self-efficacy. Consider the example of a car breaking down on the highway. If you stand there waving for help, you might wait a long time. But if you start pushing your car, others are more likely to stop and assist you. By taking the first step to help yourself, you inspire others to support you. This principle applies to all areas of life. When you take responsibility, you attract opportunities and assistance. Responsibility also involves making informed and ethical decisions. It means considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Strive to act with integrity even when it's challenging. This builds trust and respect, both crucial for personal and professional relationships. Moreover, taking responsibility enhances your personal growth. It forces you to confront your weaknesses and areas for improvement. By acknowledging and addressing these, you become a stronger and more capable individual. Responsibility is not about perfection, but about continuous improvement and learning from your experiences. In essence, taking responsibility is about embracing your role as the author of your life. It's about recognizing your power to shape your reality through your actions and choices. This Stoic principle is a cornerstone of the iron mind, fostering a sense of agency and resilience that enables you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Number 7, live in the present. Living in the present is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It means focusing on the here and now, rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By anchoring yourself in the present, you harness the power to shape your life through your actions and decisions. The past is unchangeable. It holds lessons and memories, but it shouldn't dictate your present actions. Learn from your past, but don't let it shackle you. Similarly, the future is uncertain. While planning is important, excessive worry about what might happen only saps your energy and distracts you from what you can do now. Living in the present means being fully engaged in each moment. It's about mindfulness and presence. When you're present, you respond more effectively to life's challenges. You can appreciate the beauty of each moment, find joy in small pleasures, and act with intention and clarity. Consider your daily habits. Your present actions shape your future. If you want to be fit and healthy, your efforts must start now. Exercise regularly, eat well, and take care of your body. These daily practices build the foundation for a healthy future. Your habits, cultivated in the present, define who you become. Mindfulness practices such as meditation can help you stay anchored in the present. Spend a few minutes each day in quiet reflection, focusing on your breath and the sensations in your body. This simple exercise calms your mind and brings you back to the now. It enhances your ability to respond rather than react, fostering a sense of inner peace and control. Living in the present also involves letting go of regrets and anxieties. Accept that the past is gone and the future is yet to come. Your power lies in the present moment. By embracing this Stoic principle, you cultivate a sense of tranquility and purpose, enabling you to navigate life with the strength and clarity of an iron mind. Number 8, embrace discomfort. Growth and comfort rarely coexist. Embracing discomfort is essential for developing resilience and an iron mind. It involves stepping out of your comfort zone, facing challenges head-on, and using adversity as a tool for personal development. Discomfort is often seen as something to avoid, but for a Stoic, it's an opportunity for growth. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental discomfort, confronting it builds strength and character. When you willingly face difficult situations, you expand your capabilities and increase your tolerance for future challenges. Consider physical discomfort, such as exercise. Pushing your body through challenging workouts strengthens your muscles and endurance. Similarly, mental discomfort, like tackling a complex problem, enhances your cognitive abilities. Emotional discomfort, such as dealing with rejection or failure, teaches resilience and emotional regulation. Embracing discomfort also means accepting that failure is a part of the journey. Every setback is a learning experience. When you fail, reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve. This mindset shift transforms failure from a source of shame into a stepping stone for success. By viewing discomfort and failure as opportunities, you develop a growth mindset, essential for a Stoic iron mind. Moreover, seek out challenges that push your limits. Whether it's learning a new skill, taking on a demanding project, or stepping into a leadership role, these experiences force you to grow. They require you to adapt, persevere, and find solutions, all of which build your resilience and confidence. In daily life, practice small acts of discomfort. Take cold showers, wake up early, or engage in difficult conversations. These practices build your tolerance for discomfort and train your mind to remain calm and composed in challenging situations. Ultimately, embracing discomfort is about viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and evolving through adversity. By adopting this Stoic principle, you fortify your mind and spirit, preparing yourself to face life's inevitable trials with strength and grace. Number 9, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering a positive mindset and enhancing your resilience. In Stoicism, cultivating gratitude means focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective brings contentment and peace, essential components of an iron mind. Begin by acknowledging the small blessings in your daily life. These can be simple things like a warm bed, a good meal, or a kind word from a friend. By recognizing and appreciating these moments, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life. This practice reduces feelings of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also involves appreciating the people in your life. Express thanks to those who support and inspire you. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also fosters a sense of community and belonging. When you feel connected and supported, you're better equipped to handle life's challenges. Moreover, gratitude helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. When faced with adversity, reflect on what you still have and what you can be thankful for. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems, but rather balancing them with a recognition of the good in your life. This balanced perspective reduces stress and enhances your emotional resilience. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine through practices like journaling. Spend a few minutes each day writing down things you're grateful for. This habit reinforces a positive outlook and trains your brain to seek out the good in every situation. Over time, this practice can significantly improve your overall well-being and mental health. Gratitude also aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. While you can't control all external events, you can control your attitude and perspective. By choosing to focus on gratitude, you take control of your emotional state and enhance your resilience. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude transforms your outlook on life. It helps you find joy in the present moment and builds a foundation of positivity and resilience. This Stoic principle fortifies your mind, enabling you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and equanimity. Number 10, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment. For a Stoic, mindfulness is a crucial tool for maintaining inner peace and composure. By cultivating mindfulness, you enhance your ability to respond to life's challenges with clarity and calmness. Mindfulness begins with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Notice how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the flow of your thoughts. This awareness anchors you in the present moment, reducing stress and anxiety about the past or future. Incorporate mindfulness into your daily activities. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you're listening, give your full attention to the speaker. These practices ground you in the present and enhance your appreciation of each moment. Meditation is a powerful way to cultivate mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This practice trains your mind to stay present and builds your capacity for sustained attention and calmness. Mindfulness also enhances your emotional regulation. By observing your emotions without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. This allows you to choose your reactions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. For example, when you feel anger rising, mindfulness helps you pause, recognize the emotion, and respond in a calm and constructive manner. Moreover, mindfulness fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment. By fully engaging with the present moment, you reduce the mental clutter and distractions that often cause stress. This clarity and focus enable you to tackle challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, mindfulness is about living fully and deeply in the present moment. It's a practice that enhances your awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. By cultivating mindfulness, you embody the Stoic iron mind, navigating life's complexities with grace and wisdom. You've now been equipped with the timeless wisdom and practical steps to cultivate an iron mind, just like the Stoics of old. Imagine facing life's storms with unshakable calm, turning challenges into opportunities, and navigating the world with a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's within your grasp. As you embark on this journey, remember that transformation requires consistent practice. Reflect on these principles daily, integrate them into your life, and watch as you become the master of your own fate, resilient and composed in any situation. If you found this video valuable, imagine what more you can achieve with continued learning and support. Join our community on the Wiser channel, where we delve deeper into the art of living wisely. Like this video, if it resonated with you, share it with those who need a dose of Stoic wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Wiser. Together, we can build a life of strength, clarity, and unyielding peace. Thank you for watching, and welcome to a wiser way of living.
10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant, only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul." By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieve something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. if it is not true, do not say it. When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision. If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive. A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together. A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, they may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today." Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. "I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me." If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this: you achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. "That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare." Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby, and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you? This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. "Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this?" Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. Subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing. It means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy.
Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who achieve mastery from those who merely dabble? What if the secret to unlocking your full potential lies in a blend of ancient wisdom and modern emotional intelligence? In a world that is constantly evolving, the ability to adapt, learn, and grow is more important than ever. This guide will explore how principles of stoicism and emotional intelligence can transform your approach to learning and self-improvement. From setting clear goals, to embracing challenges. Discover how these timeless philosophies can help you navigate your personal and professional journey with resilience and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the keys to lifelong growth and success. Learn from the best. Learning from successful individuals can provide valuable insights and strategies. Stoics believe in learning from the wise and virtuous, while emotional intelligence involves recognizing and emulating the emotional skills of successful people. Follow industry leaders on social media, read their books or biographies, and watch their interviews or talks. Study their habits, mindset, and strategies, and apply these lessons to your own life. For example, if a successful entrepreneur attributes their success to a morning routine, try incorporating similar practices into your day. Connecting with mentors and joining professional networks can also provide guidance and support. These relationships offer opportunities to learn from the experiences of others and gain feedback on your own progress. By learning from the best, you can accelerate your growth and achieve your goals more effectively. Set clear and specific goals. Setting clear, specific goals provides direction and motivation. Stoicism teaches us to set goals based on our values and remain focused on our purpose. Emotional intelligence helps you set realistic goals and maintain the motivation to achieve them. Instead of a vague goal like get fit, set a specific goal such as run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes within 3 months. Create a training plan and track your progress weekly. This approach helps you stay focused and measure your progress, making it easier to stay motivated and achieve your goals. By setting clear and specific goals, you provide yourself with a roadmap for success. This clarity helps you stay focused, motivated, and resilient, especially during challenging times. Adapt to change. Adaptability is crucial in a rapidly evolving world. Stoics view change as a natural part of life and teach us to respond to it with tranquility. Emotional intelligence involves being adaptable and resilient, using change as an opportunity for growth. If your industry undergoes significant changes, such as new technology or regulations, take courses or seek training to stay updated. Embrace these changes as opportunities to grow and innovate, rather than as obstacles. By being flexible and open to change, you stay relevant and seize new opportunities as they arise. This adaptability enhances your resilience and enables you to thrive in a constantly changing environment. Prioritize and manage time efficiently. Effective time management is crucial for prioritizing learning and practice. Allocate specific periods each day to your growth activities, ensuring consistent progress. Stoic time management involves focusing on what is essential and eliminating distractions, while emotional intelligence helps you balance tasks and manage stress. Use a planner or digital calendar to schedule dedicated time for learning and practice. Break your day into blocks, assigning each block to specific activities to ensure balanced time management. This approach helps you stay organized, reduce stress, and make steady progress towards your goals. By managing your time efficiently, you create a structured environment that supports continuous learning and improvement. This discipline not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a sense of accomplishment and well-being. Consistent practice. Consistent, deliberate practice is key to mastering any skill. It's not just about the hours you put in, but about being intentional and committed to improvement. Stoicism teaches us the value of discipline and perseverance, while emotional intelligence emphasizes self-awareness and emotional regulation to stay focused and motivated. If you're learning a musical instrument, for example, set aside time each day for focused practice. Break down complex pieces into manageable sections and track your progress over time. Regular practice helps you build muscle memory and refine your technique, leading to steady improvement. Approach your practice with a clear plan and specific goals. Whether it's improving your speed, accuracy, or expression, having defined objectives helps you stay motivated and measure your progress. Reflect on your practice sessions, noting what went well and what needs improvement. This self-awareness is crucial for continuous growth. By committing to consistent practice, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve mastery. This approach not only enhances your skills, but also builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning and personal development. Seek feedback and mentorship. Regularly seeking feedback and learning from mentors can accelerate your growth. Constructive feedback helps identify areas for improvement, while mentorship provides guidance and support. Stoicism encourages seeking wisdom from those more experienced, and emotional intelligence values feedback for personal development. Find a mentor in your field who can provide regular guidance. Join professional networks or groups where you can share experiences and receive feedback. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By seeking feedback and mentorship, you create a supportive environment for learning and development. This network not only enhances your personal and professional growth, but also provides a sense of community and belonging. Maintain a positive attitude. A positive and optimistic mindset fuels motivation, resilience, and perseverance. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and focusing on what you can control. Emotional intelligence helps you stay positive and manage emotions effectively, even in difficult situations. Practice gratitude daily by writing down 3 things you're thankful for. Surround yourself with positive influences and engage in activities that uplift your mood and outlook. This positive attitude helps you navigate challenges and setbacks effectively. By maintaining a positive attitude, you create an environment that supports continuous growth and resilience. This optimism enables you to face challenges with confidence and persist in your journey towards lifelong learning and self-improvement. Stay humble and open-minded. Humility and openness are essential for continuous improvement. Staying humble keeps you grounded and receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Stoicism values humility, recognizing that pride can be a barrier to growth, while emotional intelligence encourages openness to feedback and diverse viewpoints. Regularly seek feedback from colleagues or peers, attend conferences, and be open to learning from those with different experiences. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By staying humble and open-minded, you cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. This attitude enables you to embrace new opportunities and challenges with confidence, leading to greater personal and professional. Develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset involves embracing challenges, viewing failures as learning opportunities, and staying dedicated to self-improvement. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles of accepting what we cannot change and focusing on what we can control. Emotional intelligence helps you manage setbacks with resilience and use them as opportunities for growth. If you fail at a project, analyze what went wrong, learn from the experience, and apply those lessons to future endeavors. Celebrate small victories and recognize your progress, as this helps build momentum and maintain motivation. By developing a growth mindset, you cultivate a positive attitude towards learning and improvement. This mindset enables you to tackle challenges with confidence and persist in the face of adversity, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment. Commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. It keeps your mind sharp, enhances adaptability, and broadens your skill set. From a Stoic perspective, wisdom is a continuous pursuit. Emotional intelligence fosters curiosity and openness to new ideas, promoting empathy and understanding. To commit to lifelong learning, integrate educational activities into your routine. Attend workshops and seminars, read diverse books, and take online courses on platforms like Coursera or Udemy. Joining a book club or discussion group can expand your perspectives and engage you with others. Embrace lifelong learning with enthusiasm. Each new piece of knowledge is a step towards greater wisdom and understanding. By committing to this journey, you enhance your capabilities and cultivate a mindset of continuous growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning and personal growth is not just a strategy for success. It is a way of life. By integrating the timeless wisdom of Stoicism with the insights of emotional intelligence, you can cultivate a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and ever curious, whether it's through consistent practice, setting clear goals, or staying humble and open-minded. Each step you take on this journey contributes to your overall development. Remember, the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is a continuous process. There will always be new challenges to face, lessons to learn, and opportunities to grow. By committing to these principles, you not only enhance your skills and capabilities, but also enrich your life with purpose and fulfillment. Stay curious, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to your journey of lifelong learning. In doing so, you will not only achieve mastery in your endeavors, but also cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and lasting success.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius," only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data. In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids? The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that. But, let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that showed just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome. What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips, they're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like, I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice, to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was, I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen, friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things, and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming. But each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change. Whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new, I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually I began feeling the effects: low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully: my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future, and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made, and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, the mindsets, and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me: my goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom: social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything: favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence. and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan. And there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit, so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational, and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness, and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project, or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first, it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time, I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time, I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up: the timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path, right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear. and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries. I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction, and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So, I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Here are 10 powerful ways to pull yourself out of depression and start feeling alive again, backed by real examples and practical advice you can use right now. Depression can feel like a heavy fog, making it hard to see a way forward. But what if I told you that a few small changes, like taking just 5 minutes a day to focus on your breathing or stepping outside for a simple walk, could start lifting that fog? These aren't abstract ideas, they're actionable, proven strategies that have helped thousands. Here's the twist. Not all solutions are obvious. Did you know that helping someone else could help you heal faster? or that limiting social media can do wonders for your mental clarity. These insights might challenge what you think you know about recovery. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about taking back control, one step at a time. Whether it's establishing a simple daily routine, connecting with people who care, or practicing gratitude in small ways, these strategies work together to rebuild your emotional foundation. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll have practical tools and real hope to tackle depression head-on. Let's dive in. 1. Practice mindfulness daily. Mindfulness is one of the most powerful tools to combat depression, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. Depression often pulls us into the past, dwelling on regrets, mistakes, or lost opportunities, or thrusts us into the future, worrying about uncertainties. Mindfulness allows us to pause and fully experience the present moment, breaking this cycle of negativity. Take my friend Sarah, for example. She used to feel overwhelmed by her daily stress and constant thoughts about her past. Every evening, she'd find herself replaying conversations or worrying about things he couldn't control. One day, her therapist suggested mindfulness meditation. Initially skeptical, Sarah started small. She set a timer for 5 minutes and focused only on her breathing. Whenever her mind wandered, she gently brought it back. After a few weeks, Sarah noticed subtle changes. When she heard birds chirping outside, she paused to enjoy the sound instead of rushing through her morning. She started eating slower, savoring each bite of her meals rather than scrolling through her phone. Mindfulness isn't limited to meditation. It's about being present in any activity. For instance, while washing dishes, you can focus on the sensation of water on your hands or the sound of clinking plates. Similarly, during a walk, notice the colors of leaves, the texture of the ground, or the rhythm of your steps. Studies support Sarah's experience. Harvard research shows that mindfulness can significantly reduce symptoms of depression by rewiring the brain's neural pathways. You don't need to be perfect at it. The key is consistency. Even if you start with a single mindful breath, you're building a foundation to reclaim your mental peace. As Sarah often says now, mindfulness saved my mind, one moment at a time. 2. Prioritize physical activity. Physical activity is often referred to as a natural antidepressant, and for good reason. Exercise releases endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural mood elevators. But beyond the science, real-life examples show how transformative movement can be for mental health. Take Jason, a 35-year-old graphic designer. When he was diagnosed with depression, his therapist suggested regular exercise. Jason hated gyms, so he started small, just walking around his block for 10 minutes each morning. At first, he didn't notice much change. But after a week, he realized his mornings felt a little less heavy, and he was more energized for work. Encouraged, Jason gradually increased his walks to 30 minutes. Over time, he even started jogging and later joined a local running group. The camaraderie of exercising with others added a social element that further lifted his spirits. Today, Jason credits those morning walks with kickstarting his journey out of depression. Physical activity doesn't have to mean grueling workouts or hitting the gym. It's about finding what works for you. Yoga can be a gentle way to combine movement with mindfulness. Dancing to your favorite songs in your living room can be both fun and therapeutic. Even household chores like gardening or cleaning count as physical activity. Scientific studies show that as little as 20 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can significantly reduce depressive symptoms. If motivation is an issue, consider pairing the activity with something enjoyable. For example, walk in a park while listening to an audiobook or podcast you love. The key is to start small and be consistent. Just like Jason, you might find that those initial steps, literally and figuratively, are the start of a powerful journey toward reclaiming your joy and energy. 3. Connect with trusted people. Depression often convinces us that we're alone, but reaching out to trusted people can be a lifeline. Talking about your struggles, even briefly, can make you feel less isolated and create space for support and understanding. Consider Maria, a single mother who struggled with depression after losing her job. She felt ashamed and withdrew from her friends and family, thinking they wouldn't understand. One evening, overwhelmed by her thoughts, she called her best friend, Anna. Although Maria was hesitant to share everything, she simply said, "I'm not okay." To Maria's surprise, Anna didn't judge or offer unsolicited advice. She listened. That conversation became a turning point. Anna encouraged Maria to meet up weekly, even if just for coffee or a walk. Slowly, Maria began to feel less burdened, knowing someone cared. Sometimes it's not about solving problems, but having someone hold space for your emotions. Reaching out doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A simple message like, "Can we talk? I'm having a tough time," can open doors to meaningful connections. If you don't feel comfortable talking to friends or family, consider joining support groups or connecting with a therapist. For example, John, a software engineer battling depression, found solace in an online community where members shared their struggles anonymously. Knowing he wasn't alone gave him hope and strength. Research confirms the healing power of human connection. According to studies, social support significantly reduces depressive symptoms and increases resilience. Even small interactions, a smile, a kind word, or a shared moment, can make a difference. Remember, you're not a burden. The people who care about you want to help, just as you would for them. Take the first step, like Maria did, and you might find that opening up creates the light you've been seeking in the darkness. 4. Establish a routine. Depression can disrupt daily life, making even the simplest tasks feel overwhelming. Establishing a routine provides structure and stability, giving you a sense of purpose and control when everything feels chaotic. For example, David, a college student, found himself spiraling into depression after failing a semester. His days blurred together. He'd sleep until noon, skip meals, and spend hours scrolling on his phone. His therapist suggested building a simple daily routine to regain a sense of normalcy. David started small. He committed to waking up at 7:30 a.m. each day and making his bed. These small wins gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he added specific times for meals, study sessions, and exercise. He even set aside 15 minutes each night to reflect on his day in a journal. Initially, it was hard for David to stick to his routine. Some days, he felt too drained to complete every task, but he reminded himself that progress, not perfection, was the goal. Over time, his routine became second nature, and the predictability helped reduce his feelings of aimlessness. Routines don't have to be rigid. The key is to create a structure that feels achievable. For instance, you might start your day with 3 simple tasks. Make your bed, have a healthy breakfast, and spend 10 minutes doing something calming like reading or stretching. Even if depression makes it hard to stick to your routine every day, showing up for yourself in small ways can create momentum. Research shows that routines can improve mental health by reducing decision fatigue and fostering a sense of achievement. David often says now, Building a routine gave me back my days and eventually my life. By starting small and being kind to yourself, you too can create a roadmap out of depression. 5. Nourish your body. What you eat directly impacts how you feel. Depression can make it tempting to reach for sugary snacks, processed foods, or skip meals altogether. But nourishing your body with the right foods can uplift your mood and provide the energy you need to combat depressive symptoms. Emma, a marketing executive, learned this firsthand. She used to rely on fast food and caffeine during her long workdays, especially when she felt low. Her meals were quick fixes, burgers, chips, and endless cups of coffee. Over time, she noticed her energy levels crashing and her mood worsening. After consulting a nutritionist, Emma made small, manageable changes to her diet. She started incorporating omega-3 rich foods like salmon and walnuts, which are proven to support brain health. She swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits like blueberries, known for their antioxidant properties. She also added leafy greens like spinach to her meals, boosting her intake of folate, a nutrient linked to improved mood. Within a few weeks, Emma felt the difference. Her energy was more consistent throughout the day, and her depressive episodes felt less overwhelming. She wasn't perfect. There were still days when she indulged in comfort food. But her overall habits shifted toward balance and nourishment. You don't have to overhaul your diet overnight. Start with simple changes, like drinking more water, adding a handful of nuts as a snack, or having a balanced breakfast. Avoid excessive sugar and processed foods, as they can lead to mood crashes. Research backs this up. A 2019 study found that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains and healthy fats, can significantly reduce depression. Remember, food is fuel, not just for your body but for your mind. Like Emma, small dietary adjustments can pave the way to a healthier, happier you. 6. Engage in a creative outlet. Creativity can be a powerful escape from the grip of depression, providing a means to express emotions that might be too difficult to articulate. Engaging in a creative activity, whether it's painting, writing, crafting, or music, can help you process feelings and channel your energy into something meaningful. Consider Mark, a middle school teacher who battled depression after losing his father. Overwhelmed by grief and unable to open up to anyone, Mark felt stuck in a cycle of sadness and detachment. One evening, while rummaging through a closet, he found an old sketchbook from his college days. Hesitant but curious, he decided to start drawing again. At first, Mark's sketches were simple and unstructured, just random doodles while he listened to music. But as he kept at it, he found himself creating more elaborate drawings that reflected his emotions. A stormy sky represented his anger. A serene forest captured moments of peace. These drawings became a visual diary, helping him process his grief in a way words couldn't. Creative outlets don't have to be traditional art forms. Emily, for example, found baking therapeutic. The process of measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and watching her creations come to life gave her a sense of control and accomplishment during a particularly challenging time. Science supports this approach. Studies show that creative activities reduce stress and increase dopamine levels, which play a role in mood regulation. You don't have to be an artist or a chef. Creativity is personal and doesn't require perfection. Start with something simple. Write a poem, knit a scarf, or even color in a coloring book. Like Mark, you may find that expressing yourself creatively not only relieves depressive symptoms, but also reignites a sense of purpose and joy. 7. Practice gratitude. Depression often clouds our perspective, making it hard to see the positives in life. Practicing gratitude can help shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, even in small ways. By acknowledging the good things, no matter how minor, you can reframe your outlook and reduce depressive symptoms. Take Lisa, a corporate lawyer who fell into depression after a stressful year at work. Her therapist suggested starting a gratitude journal. Skeptical at first, Lisa decided to give it a try. Each night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for. The first few entries were simple. I had a good cup of coffee today, the sunset was beautiful, and I finished my work without overtime. Over time, Lisa found herself noticing more positive moments throughout the day, knowing she'd need to write about them later. This small habit shifted her mindset from focusing on her stress to appreciating life's everyday joys. Gratitude isn't just about journaling. It can be expressed in different ways. For example, John, a college student battling depression, started texting a friend or family member each day to thank them for something specific, like their support or a kind gesture. The responses he received deepened his connections and reminded him that he wasn't alone. Research supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies show that regularly practicing gratitude can increase happiness and reduce symptoms of depression by fostering a sense of appreciation and perspective. If writing or texting feels like too much, start mentally listing 3 things you're grateful for when you wake up or before you sleep. Like Lisa, you may find that even in the darkest times, gratitude is a light that can guide you toward healing. 8. Limit social media use. Social media, while a tool for connection, can often exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, especially when you're battling depression. The curated highlight reels of others' lives can make you compare your worst moments to someone else's best, deepening the sense of despair. Emily, a 27-year-old designer, discovered this firsthand. After a breakup, she found herself scrolling endlessly through Instagram, seeing happy couples and picture-perfect vacations. It only made her feel worse. Her therapist suggested a 7-day social media detox to break the habit. Reluctantly, Emily removed social apps from her phone and replaced that time with activities like reading and journaling. By the end of the week, she felt lighter and more present in her daily life. Encouraged, she reinstalled the apps, but set boundaries. No more than 30 minutes a day, and no social media in the first hour after waking or before bed. For others, limiting social media can mean unfollowing accounts that trigger negative feelings, or using features to mute posts without unfriending people. John, a college student, replaced scrolling with a healthier habit, going for short walks or calling a friend when he felt tempted to pick up his phone. Studies confirm the negative effects of excessive social media use on mental health. A University of Pennsylvania study found that reducing social media time to 30 minutes a day significantly lowers depression and loneliness. If a complete detox feels daunting, start small. Designate tech-free hours or try apps that monitor and limit screen time. Like Emily, you might find that stepping away from the virtual world allows you to focus on the real one and on the moments that truly matter. 9. Seek professional help. Depression can feel overwhelming, and sometimes self-help strategies aren't enough. Seeking professional help is a brave and essential step toward healing. Therapists, counselors, and psychiatrists are trained to provide tools and treatments tailored to your needs, offering support that can make a significant difference. Consider Alex, a 42-year-old accountant who struggled with severe depression after losing his job. He initially resisted therapy, believing he should tough it out on his own, but as his symptoms worsened, loss of appetite, insomnia, and constant fatigue, his wife encouraged him to see a therapist. Alex began weekly sessions with a cognitive behavioral therapist who helped him identify and challenge his negative thought patterns. Through therapy, Alex realized that his self-worth wasn't tied to his career, and he developed healthier coping mechanisms. His therapist also suggested he consult a psychiatrist who prescribed medication to help stabilize his mood while he worked through his challenges. Professional help isn't one size fits all. For some, therapy alone may suffice. For others, a combination of therapy and medication might be necessary. There are also different types of therapy, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, each designed to address specific aspects of depression. If cost is a concern, consider community clinics, sliding scale fees, or teletherapy options, which often cost less. Hotlines and support groups can also be valuable resources when immediate help is needed. Remember, seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's an act of courage and self-care. Just as you'd visit a doctor for a broken bone, reaching out for mental health support is taking the first step toward recovery. Like Alex, you might find that professional guidance becomes a turning point in reclaiming your life. 10. Volunteer or help others. One of the most surprising ways to alleviate depression is to focus on helping others. Shifting attention outward creates a sense of purpose, builds connections, and often brings unexpected joy. Take Priya, a 29-year-old teacher who fell into depression after a painful breakup. She felt stuck in a cycle of self-pity and loneliness. At the suggestion of a friend, Priya began volunteering at a local animal shelter. Initially, it was just a way to fill her weekends, but as she spent time caring for abandoned animals, she noticed a change in herself. Walking dogs, cleaning kennels, and seeing animals find new homes gave Priya a sense of accomplishment. Her depression didn't disappear overnight, but the act of helping beings who needed her made her feel valuable again. Helping others doesn't always require a formal commitment. Simple acts like cooking a meal for a neighbor, mentoring someone younger, or even being a listening ear to a friend in need can have a profound impact. For instance, Raj, an engineer, started tutoring underprivileged kids in math after feeling disconnected in his life. Seeing the children succeed gave him a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. Research backs up these experiences. Studies show that acts of kindness and volunteering not only boost the well-being of the recipient, but also enhance the giver's mental health by activating the brain's reward systems. If you're unsure where to start, think about causes that resonate with you. Love animals? Volunteer at a shelter? Enjoy gardening? Join a community project. Even online opportunities like mentoring or supporting a charity can make a difference. As Priya often reflects, when I started helping others, I unknowingly helped myself. It reminded me that even in my darkness, I could be a light for someone else. Depression can feel like an insurmountable challenge, but the truth is, even the smallest steps can lead to big changes. Whether you choose to practice mindfulness, start a gratitude journal, or reconnect with loved ones, these strategies can help you reclaim your life, one day at a time. If you found these 10 powerful ways helpful, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone who might need it. And if you haven't already, hit the like button to let us know this content resonated with you. Don't forget to subscribe for more actionable advice to improve your life and boost your mental well-being. I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What resonated with you the most? Have you tried any of these strategies, or do you have others to share? Drop your comments below and let's start a conversation. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the strength to overcome, and every step forward matters. See you in the next video.
Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially, self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy, Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths, and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing Solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.
15 Stoic lessons to handle disrespect in the modern world. 1. Respect others. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to maintain their composure no matter how they're treated? Imagine you're at work and a colleague makes a snide comment about your recent project. Instead of firing back or sulking, you respond with calm and respect. This reaction not only diffuses the situation, but also reflects your inner strength and self-control. Respecting others, even when they don't respect you, is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that we are born not just for ourselves, but for the collective good of others. By treating others with respect, we foster an environment of mutual respect and understanding, which is fundamental to happiness and success in both personal and professional relationships. For instance, think of a time when you witnessed someone responding gracefully to disrespect. Perhaps it was a customer service representative handling an irate customer with patience and empathy. This ability to stay composed and respectful, regardless of the other person's behavior, often transforms the interaction, and leaves a lasting positive impression. Respect is not just a reaction, but a proactive choice that defines our character and influences our interactions. It lays the groundwork for harmonious relationships and sets a powerful example for others to follow. In a world where disrespect can easily breed more disrespect, choosing to respect others is a radical, transformative act. 2. Set boundaries. Imagine you're constantly bombarded by unnecessary demands from your colleagues or friends. Your phone buzzes with requests at all hours. Your personal space is invaded, and your time is no longer your own. How do you reclaim control of your life without alienating those around you? Setting boundaries is essential for protecting your space, privacy, time, and energy. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of not losing precious time to trivial matters. By clearly defining what you're willing to accept and what you're not, you assert your right to a balanced and respectful life. Consider the story of Emma, a successful project manager who found herself overwhelmed by constant interruptions and unrealistic demands. She decided to set firm boundaries by creating specific do not disturb hours during her day, and politely but firmly declining tasks that were not part of her job description. Emma's productivity soared, and she noticed a newfound respect from her colleagues who began to appreciate her time and contributions more. Boundaries are not about building walls, but about creating healthy limits that allow you to thrive. They help you protect your mental and emotional well-being while maintaining positive relationships. When you set boundaries, you communicate your values and priorities, making it clear that you respect yourself and expect the same from others. In a world that often demands more than we can give, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and self-care. It enables you to focus on what truly matters and ensures that your energy is invested in meaningful and fulfilling activities. 3. Learn from it. Imagine you're faced with a co-worker who constantly undermines your efforts, dismisses your ideas, and speaks to you condescendingly. It's frustrating and demoralizing. But what if you could turn this experience into a catalyst for personal growth? Stoic philosopher Epictetus believed that difficulties, including disrespect, reveal a person's true nature. Instead of viewing disrespect as a mere annoyance, see it as a valuable opportunity to learn about yourself and others. How you react to disrespect can teach you about your own strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Take the example of James, a junior executive frequently belittled by a senior manager. Instead of letting the disrespect crush his spirit, James decided to use the experience as a learning opportunity. He observed the manager's behavior, reflected on why it affected him so deeply, and sought feedback from trusted colleagues. Through this process, James developed greater self-awareness and resilience. He learned to remain calm and composed, and over time, he gained the respect of his peers and even his harshest critic. Disrespect can serve as a mirror, reflecting our insecurities and areas where we need to grow. By embracing these moments as lessons, we can build emotional intelligence and inner strength. Every instance of disrespect is a chance to practice patience, improve our communication skills, and strengthen our resolve. In essence, disrespect can be transformed into a powerful tool for personal development. By approaching it with a mindset of learning and growth, you can turn negative experiences into stepping stones toward a more resilient and self-aware version of yourself. 4. Focus on what you can control. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the actions of others, frustrated by disrespectful behavior that seems beyond your control? Picture yourself stuck in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting, and a fellow driver cuts you off, making an already stressful situation worse. You can't control their behavior, but you can control how you respond to it. The Stoics taught that true power lies in focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reminded himself that while he couldn't control the actions of others, he could control his own responses. This principle is crucial when dealing with disrespect. Consider Sarah, a teacher who faces disrespect from a difficult student. Instead of letting the student's behavior derail her day, she focuses on her own actions and attitude. She remains calm, models respectful behavior, and applies consistent consequences. By controlling her response, Sarah maintains her authority and creates a positive classroom environment, eventually influencing the student's behavior. When faced with disrespect, you have the choice to either react impulsively or respond thoughtfully. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you regain your power and maintain your inner peace. This approach not only preserves your dignity, but also often disarms the disrespectful person, showing that their behavior has no power over you. In the grand scheme of things, focusing on what you can control allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It shifts your perspective from being a victim of circumstance to being the master of your own fate, empowering you to handle disrespect with wisdom and composure. Beushes tends to sacrifice. Maintain a sense of humor. Imagine you're in a heated discussion and someone makes a cutting remark aimed at you. The tension in the room is palpable and everyone waits for your reaction. Instead of getting angry or defensive, you smile and make a light-hearted joke that diffuses the situation. The room relaxes and the conversation moves on without escalating. Humor can be a powerful tool in the face of disrespect. It lightens the mood, reduces the emotional impact, and can even turn a hostile interaction into a more positive one. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, appreciated the value of humor in dealing with life's challenges. He believed that laughter could help us cope with adversity and maintain our mental equilibrium. Consider the story of Tom, a sales manager who often dealt with difficult clients. One particularly challenging client would constantly criticize and belittle him. Instead of getting upset, Tom used humor to navigate these interactions. When the client made a disparaging comment about a sales pitch, Tom responded with a witty remark that acknowledged the criticism without taking it personally. This approach not only helped Tom stay calm, but also gradually won the client over, transforming a hostile relationship into a more collaborative one. Maintaining a sense of humor doesn't mean making light of serious issues or disrespectful behavior. Rather, it's about finding a way to navigate difficult situations without letting them affect your inner peace. Humor can be a shield, protecting you from the sting of disrespect and allowing you to respond with grace and poise. Incorporating humor into your responses can make you more resilient and help you maintain a positive outlook. It can transform potentially negative encounters into opportunities for connection and understanding, showing that you're above the fray and in control of your reactions. 6. Respond with reason. Imagine you're in a heated debate with someone who starts hurling insults instead of addressing the actual issues. It's tempting to respond in kind. But what if you chose a different path, one of logic and reason? Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, believed that the best revenge is to not be like those who disrespect you. By staying rational and calm, you uphold your dignity and set a powerful example. Consider the story of Lisa, a community leader often faced with baseless accusations and personal attacks at public meetings. Instead of reacting emotionally, Lisa always responded with clear, reasoned arguments and factual information. Her composed demeanor and logical responses not only diffused tension, but also earned her the respect and trust of the community. Over time, those who initially disrespected her found it hard to continue their baseless attacks in the face of her unwavering rationality. Disrespect is often rooted in irrationality, and meeting it with reason can disarm it. When you respond with facts and logic, you shift the conversation from emotional to intellectual. This approach not only protects you from being dragged into unproductive arguments, but also encourages others to reconsider their behavior. For instance, if a co-worker criticizes your work unfairly, rather than getting defensive, calmly present the facts. Highlight your achievements and explain your reasoning. By focusing on the substance rather than the style of their criticism, you steer the conversation towards constructive dialogue and away from personal attacks. Responding with reason also helps you maintain your self-respect and composure. It shows that you are in control of your emotions and actions, regardless of how others behave. This not only enhances your personal credibility, but also fosters a culture of respect and professionalism around you. In essence, choosing reason over reaction is a powerful way to handle disrespect. It upholds your integrity, encourages positive interactions, and reinforces the idea that respect and rationality are the cornerstones of effective communication. 7. Consider the source. Imagine you're at a social gathering and someone you barely know makes a hurtful comment about your appearance. It stings. But before reacting, you pause to consider the source. Is this person known for their kindness and insight, or are they often critical and negative? Disrespect often stems from ignorance, bias, or personal issues, rather than an accurate assessment of your worth. Epictetus advised examining criticism carefully. If it's true, use it to improve yourself. If it's false, disregard it. Understanding where disrespect comes from can help you respond appropriately and maintain your self-esteem. To take the example of John, a writer who frequently received harsh reviews from a particular critic known for their abrasive style. Instead of letting these reviews undermine his confidence, John researched the critic and found that they often targeted new authors with overly harsh criticisms. Realizing this, John decided to focus on constructive feedback from other sources and use the negative reviews to strengthen his resolve, rather than doubt his abilities. When faced with disrespect, consider the motivations and background of the person delivering it. Are they projecting their insecurities onto you? Are they misinformed or simply having a bad day? Understanding the context can help you take the sting out of their words and prevent them from affecting your self-worth. For example, if a co-worker who is generally stressed and unhappy makes a snide comment about your work, recognize that their criticism likely reflects their own frustrations rather than the quality of your work. This perspective allows you to respond with empathy and maintain your confidence. Considering the source helps you filter out unnecessary negativity and focus on constructive feedback. It protects your mental and emotional well-being and reinforces your self-respect. By discerning the true nature of the disrespect, you can respond more effectively and maintain your inner peace. In summary, understanding the source of disrespect allows you to respond with clarity and composure. It helps you separate valuable insights from baseless negativity and reinforces your ability to handle challenging interactions with confidence and grace. 8. Respect yourself. Imagine you're giving a presentation at work and someone rudely interrupts you with an unfounded criticism. In that moment, it's crucial to remember that your self-respect and self-worth are not determined by others' opinions or actions. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, emphasized that the quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your life. Loving and trusting yourself is essential for maintaining your dignity in the face of disrespect. Take the story of Mary, a dedicated nurse who often faced criticism from a demanding supervisor. Instead of internalizing the negative comments, Mary focused on her dedication to her patients and her own belief in her abilities. She maintained her self-respect by reminding herself of the positive feedback she received from patients and colleagues. This self-assurance enabled her to handle her supervisor's disrespect calmly and assertively, without letting it affect her confidence or performance. Respecting yourself means recognizing your own worth and standing by your principles, regardless of how others treat you. It involves setting boundaries and not allowing others' disrespect to undermine your self-esteem. When you respect yourself, you send a clear message to others about how you expect to be treated. For instance, if a friend constantly belittles your achievements, it's important to assertively communicate that such behavior is unacceptable. By standing up for yourself, you reinforce your self-worth and ensure that your relationships are based on mutual respect. Self-respect also involves self-care and self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and consideration you would offer a close friend. When you make a mistake, learn from it and forgive yourself. This approach not only helps you recover from setbacks, but also strengthens your resilience against external negativity. In essence, self-respect is the foundation of a healthy and fulfilling life. It empowers you to navigate disrespect with grace and assertiveness, ensuring that your inner peace and self-worth remain intact. By valuing yourself, you create a positive ripple effect that influences how others perceive and treat you. En deze sens dus de sea to design. Asan zeker dix, so versbij ze sede takesho, TTT, dat desete. The change. Imagine your party when negativity disrespect to come is simply dragged down by this toxic environment. Here's something with change you want to see. Marcus Aurelius urges to embody the virtue of the admire, but a proactive. This is sees ditishutas disdano. A tutan sute positive. And a role model for others, you can transform the atmosphere around you. Consider the example of Alex, a project manager in a high-pressure work environment filled with stress and blame shifting. Rather than succumbing to the negativity, Alex made a conscious effort to promote respect and positivity. He started by actively listening to his team members, offering constructive feedback and recognizing their achievements. His consistent behavior gradually influenced others, fostering a more supportive and respectful team culture. Being the change means taking responsibility for your actions and leading by example. It's about demonstrating the behaviors you wish to see in others. When faced with disrespect, respond with kindness and integrity. Show that it is possible to maintain dignity and respect even in challenging situations. For instance, if a colleague frequently interrupts others during meetings, take the initiative to create a more respectful dialogue. Politely address the behavior, emphasizing the importance of allowing everyone to contribute. By doing so, you set a standard for respectful communication and encourage others to follow suit. This approach not only improves your immediate environment, but also inspires others to adopt similar behaviors. Your actions can create a ripple effect, promoting a culture of respect and positivity that extends beyond your immediate interactions. Being the change requires courage and consistency, but the impact can be profound. It allows you to take control of your environment, foster better relationships, and contribute to a more respectful and positive community. In essence, embodying the virtues you admire helps you handle disrespect with grace and transforms the world around you. 10. Surround yourself with positive influences. Imagine you're surrounded by a group of friends who constantly put you down. or colleagues who are perpetually negative. This environment can be draining and can hinder your personal growth. However, by choosing to surround yourself with positive influences, you can cultivate a supportive and uplifting network. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, believed in the importance of good company for personal growth. Being around people who respect and support you reinforces positive behavior and helps you build a strong network of mutual respect. Take the example of Laura, a young professional who found herself in a toxic work environment where gossip and negativity were the norms. Realizing the detrimental impact this was having on her mental health, she decided to seek out colleagues who shared her values of respect and positivity. She joined professional groups and attended networking events to connect with like-minded individuals. This shift in her social circle not only improved her work experience, but also inspired her to strive for greater personal and professional growth. Surrounding yourself with positive influence means actively choosing relationships that uplift and encourage you. It involves seeking out people who inspire you, challenge you to be better, and support your goals. These relationships provide a buffer against negativity and disrespect, giving you the strength and confidence to handle difficult situations with grace. For instance, if you're part of a sports team where teammates are constantly supportive and encouraging, you'll likely feel more motivated and resilient. This positive environment can significantly enhance your performance and overall well-being. Moreover, being part of a positive network allows you to learn and grow. You can exchange ideas, seek advice, and receive constructive feedback from those who genuinely have your best interests at heart. This mutual support fosters a sense of community and belonging, making it easier to navigate life's challenges. In summary, surrounding yourself with positive influences is a powerful strategy for handling disrespect and fostering personal growth. It helps you maintain a positive outlook, build resilience, and create a supportive network that uplifts you in all aspects of life. 11. Practice patience. Imagine you're standing in a long line at the grocery store and the person ahead of you is taking an inordinate amount of time. You feel your frustration rising, but instead of letting it consume you, you take a deep breath and remind yourself to be patient. Patience is a key Stoic virtue, and it helps you remain calm and composed in the face of disrespect or inconvenience. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, believed that no great thing is created suddenly. This applies not only to achievements but also to the cultivation of patience. Disrespect can test your patience, but maintaining it allows you to handle situations more effectively and with greater dignity. Consider the story of David, a customer service representative who often dealt with irate customers. Instead of reacting to their anger, David practiced patience. He listened to their complaints without interrupting, acknowledged their frustrations, and responded calmly and helpfully. Over time, he found that his patience not only diffused many tense situations, but also earned him respect and appreciation from even the most difficult customers. Practicing patience involves several key elements. A. Self-awareness. Recognize your triggers and understand why certain situations test your patience. B. Mindfulness. Stay present and focused on the moment rather than letting your mind race with frustration or anger. C. Empathy. Try to see the situation from the other person's perspective, which can help you respond with understanding rather than irritation. For example, if a colleague habitually interrupts you during meetings, instead of snapping back, practice patience. Politely ask them to let you finish speaking and explain how their interruptions affect the flow of the discussion. This calm and patient approach is more likely to result in a positive change in behavior. Incorporating patience into your daily life helps you stay calm under pressure and respond to disrespect with poise. It allows you to maintain your composure and integrity, even in challenging situations. Over time, this practice not only enhances your personal growth, but also improves your interactions with others, fostering a more respectful and harmonious environment. Ultimately, patience is a powerful tool in the Stoics' toolkit, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It helps you handle disrespect in a way that preserves your inner peace and promotes positive outcomes. 12. Don't take it personally. Imagine you're at a family gathering and a relative makes a snide remark about your career choice. It stings, but instead of letting it ruin your evening, you remind yourself that their comment says more about them than it does about you. Disrespect often reflects the other person's flaws and insecurities, not your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a revered Stoic philosopher, often reminded himself that people's opinions are a reflection of their own perspectives and not an absolute truth about oneself. It's crucial to maintain your self-worth by recognizing that disrespect is more about them than you. Consider the story of Anita, a talented graphic designer who frequently encountered dismissive remarks from a competitive colleague. Instead of internalizing these comments, Anita chose to focus on her achievements and the positive feedback she received from clients and other colleagues. She understood that her colleagues' negativity was driven by their own insecurities and competition rather than a true assessment of her work. This perspective allowed her to maintain her confidence and continue excelling in her role. Not taking things personally involves a shift in perspective. A. Understand the source. Recognize that disrespectful comments often come from a place of insecurity, ignorance, or personal issues within the other person. C. Maintain your self-worth. Focus on your own achievements and the opinions of those who respect and value you. C. Choose your response. Decide how much weight to give to the comment and whether it's worth addressing or simply letting go. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment about your appearance, instead of feeling insulted, remind yourself that their opinion doesn't define you. You know your own value, and one negative comment doesn't change that. By not taking it personally, you preserve your self-esteem and avoid unnecessary conflict. Adopting this mindset helps you navigate disrespect with resilience and dignity. It allows you to separate your self-worth from others' opinions, leading to a healthier and more balanced emotional state. When you don't take things personally, you're less likely to react defensively and more likely to respond thoughtfully, maintaining your inner peace and self-respect. In summary, recognizing that disrespect often reflects the other person's issues rather than your own worth empowers you to handle negative interactions gracefully. This perspective helps you maintain your self-esteem and focus on what truly matters, your own growth and happiness. 13. Forgive and forget. Imagine you're holding on to a grudge against someone who disrespected you months ago. Every time you think about it, you feel a surge of anger and resentment. What if you could free yourself from this emotional burden by choosing to forgive and forget? Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, suggested that delaying anger is the greatest remedy for it. Forgiveness is a powerful tool that benefits your mental, emotional, and physical health. Holding grudges harms you more than the person who disrespected you, creating unnecessary stress and negativity in your life. Consider the story of Alan, a business owner who was betrayed by a trusted partner. Alan was devastated and angry, but he realized that holding onto this anger was consuming his energy and affecting his business. He decided to forgive his former partner, not because the betrayal was acceptable, but because he wanted to free himself from the grip of bitterness. This decision allowed Alan to focus on rebuilding his business and moving forward with a clearer mind and lighter heart. Forgiveness involves several important steps. A. Acknowledge your feelings. Recognize and accept your emotions instead of suppressing them. B. Understand the impact. Reflect on how holding on to anger and resentment is affecting your well-being. C. Make a conscious decision. Choose to forgive, understanding that it's a gift you give yourself, not necessarily the other person. For instance, if a friend betrayed your trust, forgiving them doesn't mean you forget what happened or ignore the lesson learned. It means you release the hold that the negative emotions have on you. You might choose to distance yourself from that person, but you do so without carrying the emotional baggage. Forgiveness is not about excusing the disrespectful behavior, but about freeing yourself from the cycle of negativity. It's an act of self-compassion that allows you to move on and focus on more positive aspects of your life. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles, helping you maintain your inner peace and resilience. In essence, forgiveness is a transformative practice that helps you let go of past hurts and focus on your present and future well-being. It empowers you to handle disrespect with grace and wisdom, fostering a more peaceful and fulfilling life. 14. Reflect and meditate. Imagine the end of a long, challenging day where you face several instances of disrespect. Instead of letting these experiences fester, you take a quiet moment to reflect and meditate. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, practiced daily reflection to strengthen his understanding and resilience. This practice can help you process and handle disrespect more effectively. Consider the story of Claire, a busy executive who encountered disrespectful behavior from a colleague during a crucial meeting. That evening, she took time to reflect on the incident, analyzing her feelings and response. Through meditation, she found clarity and peace, which helped her approach future interactions with greater calm and confidence. Reflecting and meditating on your experiences involves finding quiet time. Set aside a few minutes each day to reflect on your experiences without distractions. B. Analyzing your reactions. Consider how you felt and responded to disrespect, and think about how you could handle similar situations better in the future. C. By practicing mindfulness, focus on the present moment, allowing yourself to let go of past grievances and future anxieties. For example, if you were disrespected by a customer, reflecting on the encounter can help you understand your emotional triggers and develop strategies to remain calm in future interactions. Meditation can further help you release negative emotions and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Regular reflection and meditation not only enhance your ability to handle disrespect, but also contribute to overall well-being. They allow you to process your experiences thoughtfully and respond to challenges with a balanced and composed mindset. 15. Choose your battles. Imagine you're at a social event and someone makes a mildly disrespectful remark. You could confront them, but you decide it's not worth your time or peace of mind. Not all disrespect is worth addressing. As Seneca said, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. Choosing your battles means knowing when to engage and when to let go. Some conflicts are too trivial to spend your energy on, and addressing every slight can lead to unnecessary stress and distraction from more meaningful pursuits. Consider the example of Lisa, a dedicated teacher who occasionally receives sarcastic comments from a few students. Instead of reacting to every comment, Lisa chose to focus on building positive relationships with her students and addressing issues that truly impacted their learning environment. This selective approach allowed her to maintain her focus and effectiveness as a teacher. Choosing your battles involves A. Assessing the impact. Determine whether the disrespect significantly affects you or your goals. B. Weighing the consequences. Consider whether addressing the issue will lead to a positive outcome or unnecessary conflict. C. Preserving your peace. Focus on what truly matters and let go of minor irritations. For instance, if a colleague makes an offhand remark that doesn't significantly affect your work or relationships, it might be better to ignore it and move on. By conserving your energy for more important issues, you maintain your focus and inner peace. Choosing your battles is a strategic approach that helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom and efficiency. It ensures that you invest your time and energy in meaningful pursuits rather than getting bogged down by trivial conflicts. Conclusion: stay strong, stay calm, stay stoic. By incorporating these 15 Stoic lessons into your life, you can handle disrespect in a way that is healthy, rational, and dignified. These principles not only help you manage disrespect, but also improve your relationships and personal growth. Embracing these Stoic principles will help you stay strong, stay calm, and stay stoic in the face of disrespect, leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life.